Ahoy, shipmates! I think I've got most things working, but as you can see, Cow's cam is offline at the moment. I know Etienne's had some trouble over there on the Isle of Wight. He's telling me that it's all these people going to the Isle of Wight festival, sucking up all his internet bandwidth, causing mobile phone problems. I'm not surprised, they don't really sync the island. It's that small with that many people. Right, so have cruise cam working. And Netley cam, that's working. We'll see Sky Princess on the right hand side shortly. Itchin cam, that's working now as well. And if we have a look here on the map, there's Sky Princess. She'll be in view very shortly. So this evening we have 5 cruise ships. We've got the Celebrity Silhouette, who hasn't departed yet. Apparently she's delayed due to a medical emergency. So that'll be quite good. She maybe stagger our broadcast. Sky Princess is on the move. We look at that on the map. There you go. So she's just passing Mayflower Park. And then Iona departs at 6 o'clock. Then we've got a bit of a gap between, and it's Mein Chief 3 and MSC Virtuosa. So I should probably take a galley time break there. And I imagine that Celebrity Silhouette will probably depart around about 5, maybe a little bit later. So should give us fairly good coverage till then. And let's have a look at the weather. What is the weather doing? So we have, well, it's a pity the humidity's not working, because I would say it's quite warm out there. It feels much warmer than 20.9. It feels very muggy. We were on the boat earlier trying to fix things, and yeah, it's getting quite sweaty. So let's go back to cruise camp. This is Iona on the cruise camp. You can see it's not completely clear skies today. It's one of the first sort of day that's been cool for some time. And tomorrow they're forecasting rain. Outrageous. That's just, I need to get the camera accessible so that we can see things. I was out fixing things today. I've returned rather late. Oh, hi there, shipmate Robert Caddywood. Just subscribed. There we go. So that's ready now. Is this ready? No, this isn't ready. Having one of those days, shipmates. Everything's not quite ready. I think we can see a cruise ship. Let's get this camera pointing over here, and then we need to go over. That's not the right place. That's the wrong place. This will be the right place. That's the right place. And then we'll go over here, and we'll just see Sky Princess. There you go, just behind Mein Chief 3, who's at Dockhead. And this week, shipmates, let's start from the beginning. I am the captain of the Solent Ships YouTube channel, and we also have Paul from Love Cruise. How you doing, Paul?
Ahoy, Captain. I'm all right, thank you. Yourself?
Very good. I'm just a bit.
We're working and everything.
Yeah, exactly. A bit hot and sweaty. How's the weather down in Bognor?
It's overcast-ish. It's not scorchio like it has been the last few days, but it's a bit of a respite, really, isn't it?
Very similar to
too warm to function.
Yeah, it's very similar to Port here then.
Yes, absolutely.
And that is Mein Chief 3 at the Dockhead. Quite a bit smaller than Sky Princess, who's coming out. In fact, we can see Sky Princess. I'm going to unmute Itchin Cam. There might be a bit more noise in the background, shipmates, but there is a chance we might hear one of the cruises. Horns of the Sky Princess line have quite a distinctive tone. Looks like there's been a bit of graffiti on the side of that ship as well. Quite impressive to do that. I don't know if we have any waivers present. There's a few people out on their balconies. Might be inclined to enjoy a bit of air conditioning, in-cabin air conditioning with these sorts of conditions. Hi there, Marcel Cardosa Miguel. Welcome aboard, shipmate. quite a good view over on Netley Cam. Oh, actually, they're very similar in size, those ships, aren't they? Almost identical looking for this angle. We have our roving correspondent as well. He's out in a rib somewhere out there. He said he was near the Hythe Knock Buoy, but I've not seen him. I didn't have a chance to connect up his phone, otherwise he'd be live streaming in from the tender. Maybe next time I'll have Captain Marty back on board. Lots of people up on deck. Do you know where the Sky Princess is off to, Paul?
I'm just looking it up, actually. As much as I'm famed to be an expert, or claimed to be an expert, I should say, rather than famed. I can't memorise all of them.
Yeah, well, she's off on a 14-night Land of the Midnight Sun summer solstice cruise via Bergen, Mold, Trondheim, Honigsvag, Tromsø, and Ålesund, Olden and Zeebrugge. Well, awful lot of places which I'm finding difficult to pronounce.
That's the only reason they do it, of course, just to make it difficult for you.
I'm sure that's the case. Absolutely, yeah.
As we know, the fjords are a beautiful way to spend some time on a cruise. In this weather, perhaps.
I'd imagine it's going to be quite late till light up in the fjords as well.
Yes.
Very long days. And a bit of joy at all those outside spaces.
Further north you go, of course, the longer the days.
Yeah. That could be Captain Marty down there, the little dot going alongside Sky Princess. It's a bit big, I think. Could be. No, I think it's too big. Or that could be the little dot on the left. Anyway, he's on board. He's on board his little boat, giving us some coverage. Unfortunately, didn't connect him up in time. Ah, I see some waving going on. There's quite a lot of heat haze there as well. I'd imagine you're probably waving. They're probably waving to shipmates on Iona, because I'm going right past Iona at the moment. Let's get engine cam back up. I had to reconnect all the cameras today. For some reason they'd all changed their IP addresses. It took me a little while to get things going. And there we go. There's the stern of Iona. There's quite a few shipmates waving there, I think, to fellow passengers on Sky Princess. Sky Princess, not very old. 4 years old, I think, if memory serves me correctly. So, yes, about 4 years old. She's 330 metres long. Has a maximum passage capacity of 3,660. 1,346 crew, so quite a bit smaller than Iona. Probably making their way. I was
going to say, sorry, Sky Princess has got a walkway on the opposite side, actually on the port side, sorry, starboard side, which goes over the sea. So it's like a clear glass walkway. It's quite, certainly not for the faint-hearted. Quite an interesting feature.
That sounds quite exciting. I've not seen that before.
Probably something like the Star Walk. I think.
Oh, okay.
I have to have a look now.
Yeah, it is quite hazy down in port at the moment. We've got to switch over to Netley Cam. You can see there's quite a bit of haze in the air. Been a lot of yachts out today. I think there's been some yacht racing today, if memory serves me correctly. I think there was some round the island races.
There we go. Skywalk, it's called, not Starwalk.
That would make sense.
Walkway, glass walkway on both sides of the ship, cantilevered out, and it's 16 decks above the sea.
Oh, right, okay. I wonder if we might be able to see that then. If that's... probably can't see it from this angle.
Sort of comes out and you can look back at the ship.
Okay.
Because there's some of the cabins below it. A bit upset because you can look directly into the cabin, looking down.
Oh, interesting. You wouldn't want to be
No.
sunbathing au naturel on your balcony then.
No. Or indeed laying on the bed by the window.
Well, that's really quite an issue, isn't it? Presuming those...
They've now updated their details. One of these things, you see, booking with a helpful travel agent will tell you.
Exactly. This is what we recommend. It's all these little things that I can certainly tell you how long it is and how fast it goes, 22 knots. But I have no idea where the cabins are. Oh, I think I should probably have a look to see if there's anyone in the chat, see if there's anyone watching our live stream. Oh, yes. There are. Oh, I've got some spanners in the chat. Got Mark G. He's busy supplying information to all the lovely shipmates out there. What's we got? Oh, Disco Dance Floors is in hot pursuit. He's a 10-foot rib just behind Sky Princess. Oh, that's probably who we just saw then. There was definitely like two people on a rib. Well done, Sky Disco Dance Floors. Jill Marsh says rain sounds wonderful. Had none on the East Coast for 5 weeks. We had a bit of a sprinkling this morning, but not a lot to talk about really. Just made the car look messy.
Sunny Bognor just hasn't had a drop.
You know, allegedly it's supposed to be the sunniest place in the UK.
Absolutely. I can believe it. It's not your Scarborough, is it? Not there's anything wrong with Scarborough.
Nothing wrong with Scarborough. Do you find it's a bit of a microclimate down in Bognor?
Yes, in many ways. Not just weather. Fashion, all sorts.
We have to be careful where we tread here. Oh, there, Clive Penning says 5 ships next Saturday as well. Oh, ahoy there, shipmate Dickie Digs Stuff. Just subscribed. Oh, there's a little rib there. Oh, I think there's a good chance that's the captain. That's the Captain Marty, I think that is. Let's get some zoom in. Pretty sure that'll be Captain Marty. We were repairing the tender earlier. There were some engine difficulties. New carburetor. £250 later. All seems well. Yeah, I think that is... Yeah, I think that's him. Next time we'll get him to live stream from the water for us.
It's quite a contrast in how smooth and graceful the ship looks, sliding off through the Southampton water. And then looking at the tender bouncing away like a crazy person.
Well, yeah, and surprisingly, the water is actually quite smooth at the moment, so it's, that just goes to show you how bouncy it is if you're on a small boat.
Quite a different experience.
It is good though. The tender doesn't have a particularly high top speed, only about 20 miles an hour or something like that, 22 miles an hour. But it can catch up. It can catch a cruise ship as it comes out. Oh, ahoy there, BZB Travel. Welcome aboard, shipmates. See if we can see Captain Marty. I know I can't see Captain Marty anymore. Does that mean he's gone? Sunk without trace. Let's have a I should have a look at the map, shouldn't I? See if there's any movement from Celebrity Silhouettes. Appears to be none. So you're right at the end of Mayflower Park. So if you wanted to actually do a real bit of ship spotting, drive yourself down to Mayflower Park, go to Scooby's, the ice cream van, get yourself an ice cream and enjoy the ships as they pass. You'll get a great view of Sky Princess. Oh, there's Marty there. There he is, buzzing along. You'll get a great view of Sky Princess as she went out. Celebrity Silhouette will be right in front of you, and MSC Virtuosa will be just following. So you'd have a fantastic view there. At some point, we will level this camera out. It's an ongoing job for Netley Cliff Sailing Club, who graciously allow us to host a camera at their site. Oh, it looks like Captain Marty's given up the ghost, given up the puff there. He's probably spilt his Coke. We did, after we repaired the tender earlier, we went out to the chandlery via the boat, and we were going to pop to Screwfix to pick up some spares via the boat, because we thought that would be quite amusing. But wouldn't have been enough time for me to get back for the broadcast. So. See a few people there on the bow of Iona. It's quite a good location. I often zoom into the bow. So if you want to have a give us a wave, that's a great place to go. Very visible, easy to spot. Oh, there's shipmate Purnell Brown. Welcome aboard, shipmate. What do you think are the unique selling points of the Princess cruise ships then, Paul?
From my experience, Princess is a lot more sort of chilled out. It's a little bit more grown up than some of the, like Royal Caribbean and some of the others that are a bit more sort of family and party orientated. Yeah, Princess, they're newer ships, certainly. They've got a lot of the super excited. They're not quite so much water parks and things like that, but they've got things like the little features like the skywalk and certain things like that. But it's more of a chilled out, it's a bit more grown up, I would say, similar to Celebrity.
Okay.
Royal Caribbean is sort of the juvenile cousin or brother to Celebrity, and Princess is the same with P&O. Really, it's sort of P&O's again more family British, but Princess is a little more grown up, I would say. But the two or three times I've been on Princess have all been much more chilled out, with more destination immersion and things like that as well. So yeah, I think definitely it's been more of an afternoon nap and then explore somewhere else and things like that. The food's been just a little bit better. Not that you'll ever have awful food on a cruise ship, generally speaking, but yeah, it's just been that little bit, the quality of dishes and things like that.
I think Captain Marcy's still going there. He's still. He's obviously enjoying
along.
Yeah, he's obviously enjoying the new lease of life the tender's got. Yeah, because they do vary quite a lot, don't they? The onboard experiences of the cruise ships, and it's quite important to, like, say, align your needs with what they can provide.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, people say, "Oh, cruise is a cruise," but it's really not. You've got Cunard sort of at one end of it, and then you've got the ultra luxury lines, Regent Seven Seas and people like that are, they're a higher price for a reason, but then you get more inclusions and things like that, whereas something like Royal Caribbean, maybe P&O, you'll pay a better price or more, a lower price. So I'm trying to find the right word.
Yes,
it'll be cheaper. But you'll get less included with it. So you still get a heck of a lot, your food and the entertainment, and obviously the equivalent of a 4 or 5 star hotel that moves every night and you wake up somewhere new, but you don't get a lot of the ultra luxury include all the excursions and all of your drinks, and chauffeur from home to the port and things like that. So,
well, that's quite different then, isn't it? If you're having all your land excursions and various things included.
Yeah. People sometimes look at the price of a ultra luxury line and they think, well, crikey, that's there's a lot more. But then once you actually put together what you would spend on a drinks package, plus excursions, plus your transfers to get all parking to get to the port, it can work out actually a very similar price, and the service and everything is second to none. And the passenger ratio, passenger to crew, and the amount of space per passenger and things, that's all sort of considerations. Whereas the cheaper ones will sort of pile it high, sell it cheap, cram some people on board. Again, the ultra luxury, you tend to get a lot more room per person, and just feels like the ship's half empty half the time, which is great. Finding a sun lounger, for example, it's an easy task.
Yeah, it's important, isn't it? Some of these things you don't necessarily consider.
No, absolutely. It's all about the individual, I think, and what they like and what they look for in a holiday generally before they even think about a cruise. So.
Oh, there he is. Captain Marty is down there. He's really giving that tender a sea trial. Hope he remembers that it's only a third of a tank of fuel on it.
Maybe he has just remembered. That's why he's where he is now.
Yeah, maybe.
Not only do we do fire emergency rescues, we might be doing a lifeboat call as well.
Yeah, we could radio in, couldn't we, from here? We have a shipmate at sea, run out of fuel. I'll have to call up Sea Start. They'll come out and rescue him.
Is that the AA of the Seas?
Basically, the AA of the Seas. Yeah, they're based. They're based in Southampton, but they also operate all around the coast. Yeah, it's the same thing. If your boat doesn't work or you break down at sea, they'll come out and try and fix it. And if they can't fix it by the side of the water, they'll just tow it back.
Learn something every day.
Yeah. Oh, looks like he's going to negotiate the wake. Actually, surprising, when we came past cruise ships today, very little wake.
So with all these technologies that they put on them to not disturb the environment that they're travelling through.
Yes, I think
generally. Little bubble cushions that they have underneath them to make them glide through the water easier. That's fascinating.
Yeah. Oh, it is fascinating, yeah. It's like sort of a similar idea to a golf ball, isn't it? That sort of idea of air's less friction than water. I see one of our shipmates, Chipaz 1990, says that his brother and girlfriend are on Iona tonight. Perhaps they'll give us a wave, shipmate. And we're just watching Sky Princess. She's now heading down past the refinery. Just coming up to the Esso fuel terminal. Heading out for a 14-night Land of the Midnight Sun cruise to lots of places in the north. 14 nights, quite unusual. That's normally the Norwegian fjords are only 7 days, 7 nights. That's unusual. But lots of places that I've never been to. Trondheim, Königsberg, Tromsø, Anderslasnas, Ålesund, Olden, and Zeebrugge. I'll stop on the way back.
The last one you said? Aslasnas.
Aslasnas.
Fantastic. I think that's what I was sort of reading about Princess. They're going to Norway, but they're going to all of Norway for 2 weeks, kind of thing. They sort of go to the like the one you went on, for example. Went to Norway and did a few ports and then came back. They sort of spend the time there and really get into all the ports that they can do with a ship the size of that.
Yes, because you do lose a day steaming to Norway, a day steaming back. So if you go in there for 2 weeks, you gain quite a bit more, don't you? There we go. Yes, lots of traffic. Oh, I think the Captain Marty's still buzzing around out there. Oh, he's like herring it round a buoy or something. Oh, he's just going round in circles now. Man's loopy. Either that or the steering's jammed up again. So is an option. Oh, right, so let's have a look, see what else is going on in the conversation here. Oh, shipmate Calliope says, at the back and waving. Oh, I hope we got you there, shipmates. I was all a bit discombobulated when I first got back into my cabin. Things were all not working. One of those days, sometimes I'd turn this. Hello, there's a drone. Oh, not seen a drone on the before. What's that doing down there then? We have a drone on screen. Oh, it's gone. It's just like a little zip. Oh, I've never seen a drone before. Actually, no, I have. I've seen saw one at night. We had one of them at one time at night. One of the cruise ships went out. We could see a drone. I wonder who that is flying down netly. Oh, there, Clive Vaughan says, quite an evening for departures. Oh, he's on the Virtuosa cruise next Saturday. We'll try to remember to wave. Good job, shipmates. That's what we need to see. Plenty of waving. And oh, this chat's just jumped massively. This chat is very annoying. Let's have a look. Where do we get to? Mr. Miyagi-Do says the Isle of Wight is the sunniest in the UK. Ah, we have conflicting information. Oh, shipmate Ian Nolan says he's currently on Iona waiting to set sail, and hopefully he's going to give us a wave. Let's have a look. Let's have a look what else is going on. Remember to move all the cameras. Do you have any new ships this season?
I was watching. I've been keeping an eye generally on Icon of the Seas. Sorry, I had a memory blank for a moment. That's leaving. It's the biggest in the world.
Yes,
it will be when it launches. It's leaving, or it was today or yesterday. All blur into one after a while, don't they?
Yeah.
And it's off from its week of sea trials, where they just hoon around for a week, basically. I think trying to turn it over or something.
Well, make sure that the rum doesn't spill over when you turn the corner.
Absolutely, which is the paramount of importance.
Oh, it is, yeah. Where do you know where Icon of the Seas will be sailing?
She was due to be coming to the UK for a couple of sailings, but then she's unfortunately, because it's a little bit behind schedule, going straight off to the States. But they haven't said she's definitely not coming here. So,
do you think we might see her
point
in the port of Southampton?
It would be nice.
It would be, wouldn't it?
But yeah, I don't. As much as I'd like to, if I'm being honest with ourselves and with myself, I don't think she's going to be here for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, it's
mainly because there's a lot of open space on board.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame. Quite often, I've noticed there seems to be a trend. We have new cruise ships come on stream, and they're always supposed to come into the port of Southampton and do first sailing, and then it gets delayed, and they don't bother. They just go straight off to somewhere else.
Yes. Yeah, that's happened.
Yeah, sports.
Yeah, we've got Disney Magic, I think, coming into the UK.
That's right. We've not seen Disney Magic before.
That's got a very extravagant ship's whistle or horn.
It does. I've noticed that the Disney ships actually generate. That's the only time I've seen big crowds down in Mayflower Park is for the Disney ships. Oh, ahoy there, shipmate Brenton White 999. It's just donated $10. Well, many thanks, shipmates. We'll pop that into the rum fund or new camera fund, whichever is more deserving. It's very generous of you. Yes, that's the first.
Lots of new ships sort of on the way, generally speaking, because they keep building them. Even cause obviously it takes a good couple of years to actually build something from cutting sheets of metal to having 5,000 cabins floating at sea kind of thing. It takes a long old time.
Yeah, it's quite amazing, really, isn't it?
Put it all together. Yeah, and obviously design time before actual construction time. So from signing a contract to actually water hitting a hull, is quite some time, especially when you're looking at these bigger ships costing like $1 billion.
Yeah.
It's quite a price tag as well.
It is. We've got SS Shield Hall on the left-hand side of our screen here. Local vintage tour boat. I'm not sure which one she's been doing today. I know Kevin, too, one of our spanners, said that she was on Cow's Cam earlier. Unfortunately, Cow's Cam's given up the ghost. See, this is Cow's Cam. Technological problems for you. It's Netley Cam. Which one's the itching cam? There we go. So yes, SS Shield Hall. Often she does cruise ship trips, or she'll go out to the Solent and buzz around and have a band on board and hot dogs and various bits and pieces, and then you'll be able to see the cruise ship. So if you do want to go somewhere on the water and get a ship spotting trip in, that's SS Shield Hall. Have a look on our website. They keep giving me tickets to go on board, and I really should go and do it.
You really should. I think you'll enjoy that, especially pottering around the engine room and things as well, because you can go. It's like a museum almost. You can go around the whole of the ship pretty much and have a good nosy.
That's right. Yes, they're very good at allowing you all full access to the entire ship, even if you're just a visitor.
Yes. Been on board a couple of times. It was great, quite an experience, especially for Cows Weeks and the fireworks.
Oh yes, is that where you went? Did you go to Cows Week?
Yes.
On it?
Yes, yeah. It was that night kind of thing. We went for the fireworks and the Spitfires and things like that flying around. It's great. It's quite an experience. Great view as well.
There was a Spitfire flying over Southampton-ish today. I didn't actually see it, but it was for a summer fair at Fawley. Apparently it's an annual thing, and there was a Spitfire, did a flyby, but I didn't see it.
I heard one over above that today. Quite distinctive, isn't it?
Yes.
There is one based at Goodwood that sometimes comes over here.
Yeah. There's
2-seater.
Yeah, we sometimes see one on Cow's Cam taking off from Lyon the Solent airport.
Yeah.
You can book up a ride on one. Well, it's not desperately cheap. And it flies down the Solent to the Needles and back again. So it's quite a good view. Be all very inspirational, White Cliffs of Dover and all that sort of thing, wouldn't it? Right, where am I in the chat? Oh, hoy, shipmate Susan R. Many thanks for subscribing. Oh, boy, there, shipmate Laurie Leonard says, foggy and cool in San Francisco. Should be warm, sunny later. San Francisco. I wonder if I can remember the quote. I think who is it? Someone, I can't remember the quote now. Something like the coldest winter I've ever had was the summer in San Francisco.
There's me thinking you were thinking of the song about wearing yellow flowers in your hair.
Yeah. I quite like San Francisco because I like the weather. It's a bit British. It's just a bit unpredictable. You'd have a bit like the last sort of couple of days where it's been sunny. You think, great, let's have a barbecue on Saturday. It'd be like today, just cloudy, foggy, misty, miserable. Oh, headphones are going flat. Not doing very well here today. Yep. Oh, no, it doesn't reach.
If only people knew.
It's almost like I haven't prepared.
Turmoil behind the scenes.
Yeah, it's almost like I haven't prepared for this or something. Here we go. This is a longer cable. And let's plug that in. Because I've got some little Chinese lady telling me in my ears that my batteries are low. There we go. Right. Oh, I should have a look at the map. So what are we approaching now? We're approaching 5:20. And we've had no update on Celebrity Silhouettes. So we have Celebrity Silhouette not departed as yet. Sky Princess has departed, which is just on camera there. And Iona is due at 6 o'clock. After that, so I should probably leave the broadcast running, have a bit of galley time. And then mine and Chief 3 NMSC Virtuosa at 8. So I suppose the question is, due to the medical version. Ahoy there, shipmate Simon Taylor. Welcome aboard. I mean, due to the medical emergency on Celebrity Silhouette, will she depart soon or later? Difficult to tell. Sometimes the ships seem to be only delayed for a short term for a medical emergency. Other times, it seems to be a long time. Oh, there's shipmate Barry John Evans. Welcome aboard. Clearly need to modify my messaging there because I'm not taking into account people have long usernames. This is the bow of Iona. Looks like we have a bunkering vessel in behind. That's probably the LPG vessel that refuels Iona. She's powered by LPG. No, actually, that's Wittonia in the background, the other side in Empress Dock. So yeah, Disney Magic. I think that would be the first time that she'll be into the port of Southampton. Memory serves me correctly.
Yeah. How could I forget as well? Queen Anne, the 4th Queen, new Cunard ship.
No, that's
She'll be May next year.
That's next year though.
Yes, May next year. Sorry.
Yeah. That's. I think that will be quite spectacular. I wonder if they'll coordinate with other queens arriving in the port at the same time.
They did, didn't they, last time for? Was that for a Jubilee?
I don't
they
remember.
Had a little congregation, didn't they? They put 3 of the ships sort of next to each other. I think one was at City and the other one was at Mayflower Terminal, and they sort of plonked one in between.
Yeah.
To get some photos.
Yeah, so we could have 4 queens in port. That would be quite good.
Yeah, 10th of May is our first voyage.
I don't think the VTS cruise ship schedule goes that far.
Does it?
No.
Sun Princess as well. She's a new one. A bigger princess ship because they just go bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yep.
She's got a massive area right in the centre, which is like a sphere sort of thing, which enables you to see right through from one side of the ship to the other.
Ooh.
It's quite something.
Unusual.
Certainly bringing a lot of light.
I think I'm just going to have a go while we're chatting here. There's quite a lot of action on the camera here. Got one of the Red Funnel ferries, the Shield Hall, a couple of pleasure boats, Sky Princess. It's quite hazy. Look at that, struggling to see the Isle of Wight. There's a brief window in time. Between sort of winter and summer in the spring, where it's clear and it's light. And then as soon as you get to the summer, it starts getting hazy again, even though it's light or late. Log in, see if I can reset cruise Cow's Cam, because we should be able to keep some views on cruise cam. On Cow's Cam, I mean. So let's reset some of this technology. Okay, yeah, let's just restart you. Restart. Technological solution to all problems.
Turn it off and on again.
Turn it off and on again.
It's a technical reboot.
Yeah, I'll just reboot the computer that's there, and that might refresh the IP address because it has done an update. And very needy, lots of these computers, I have to say. There we go. Go, do it now. Don't wait, just do it now. Let's see if that makes a difference. So there is Shield Hall, which is just coming up past the SO terminal. Currently travelling at 8.5 knots. I'll just move that across. There we go. Oh, it looks like we have a container ship just departing the port now as well. Up here we have the Torrent from Hapag-Lloyd, just departing from STC, whichever one that is, 4 I think, could be 3. So she'll be backing out round to the swing ground. That's possibly going to throw a spanner in the works for Celebrity Silhouette trying to catch up if she doesn't depart soon. And I'll imagine that she'll be out before, well, Iron is due to depart at 6. Oh, it's all going to get a bit congested.
I think Celebrity's facing the right way, isn't she? Silhouette. She
Yes.
hopefully can just do a little bit of a side shift and off she goes.
Yes, exactly. But yes, I mean, they take a while for a container ship to go around the corner, but they are fairly cautious about some of these movers. Yeah, sensible, fair enough. A lot of ships, a lot of people to be bashing around in the port. Like Captain Marty on his tender. Yes, the Chinese lady is incessantly telling me that my battery is low. Have you plugged in, Chinese lady? I think I need another USB cable. Well, I should go back to the chat. What's happening in the chat here? Shipmate Ian Nolan is also on Iona, currently waiting. I may have already said that one. Shipmate Philip Hunt is sat in the holiday and watching ships go by. He's on Queen Victoria tomorrow. Oh, he started his holiday well, hasn't he?
So a fantastic vantage point there as well on that Holiday Inn.
Yeah, I wonder if he's
Depending
watching.
on which side you are.
Yes, I wonder if he's watching from his room or. Actually, I don't know if there's a. No, there isn't a bar at the top, is there, on Holiday Inn? So must be in his room. Shipmate Sue Modern says 4 weeks till they're on Ventura. Jenny Bayliss says his neighbour's on Virtuosa today. Squirrel, Shipmate Squirrel, is on Celebrity Silhouette soon. Vanessa Wells says, good afternoon, Captain. Have we ever seen 5 ships departing in one day before? There definitely has been 5 ships departing. The question is, have I covered them before? And I don't know is the answer to that one. I'm not sure because we don't have many days of 5 ships. But
Been on a little blue funnel pleasure cruise around the port before now when there's been 5 ships leaving. That was a bit of a case of dodgems because the captain of the blue funnel ship obviously wants to get you in as close as possible and the big ships don't want you as close as possible.
No, they tend to get annoyed by those sorts of things. Not that I have any experience of that, of course. Seems to be my natural gift in life to just be in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Certain aircraft carrier comes to mind.
Yes.
Getting shooed out of the way of the aircraft carrier.
Indeed. I read the notice to mariners, and it said 500 metres, and we were, I don't think we were any closer than 500 metres, but apparently the water police had other ideas. Sky Princess just heading around Cowshot Spit now. On the way, 14 night Land of the Midnight Sun or something like that, up into the fjords. I'm not sure what the weather's been like in the fjords. It's been lovely here in the port of Southampton for the last couple of weeks. In case you're wondering, I am your captain, the Solent Ships YouTube channel. I'm also joined by Paul Dobson from Love Cruise, Cruise Specialist. He'll be joining me on this broadcast for quite a while, so if you do have any cruise ship needs, please use the link there and I'll send you straight across to Paul. And actually, if you have any questions cruise ship related, other than
Absolutely.
engine size or cabin capacities, he's your man. My knowledge of cruise ships Pretty much stops at the bar.
And that's where mine starts.
Together.
No, if anyone's got any questions like that, it's what to expect or anything like that. If you've never been on a cruise, by all means ask questions. Is it like you expect? Because there's lots of things that I can tell you that aren't necessary as you expect. It's not all like the Titanic. Well, hopefully not at all like the Titanic, but it's not exactly as you'd expect. Ball gowns every day for casual wear and formal dinners and things. It's quite different to how you'd expect.
Yeah, I did have trouble fitting into my ball gown, I must say.
Did you?
Yeah, it's been a while.
It's the heels that's the trouble. It's the corset.
Yeah. Shipmate.
But yeah, if I can answer anything like that, then I'm happy to do so. If anyone's got any questions?
Yeah, shipmate Philip Hunt. He's actually watching it from his room.
Yeah. Which side are you looking, Philip? Are you looking over City Cruise Terminal down to the container port, or are you the other way? It seems to be the two different views, doesn't it, from the Holiday Inn? You either look towards Ocean Terminal or City Cruise and Horizon.
Yeah. Shipmate One Mark says Celebrity still not gone yet. No, Celebrity is still in port, shipmate. She has been delayed due to a medical emergency. I have no update on current departure time. And then we also have the Torrente container ship now departing. And she'll probably come past the other cruise ships shortly. I think she's going to delay Iona's departure as well. But maybe we'll get Celebrity Silhouette departing in between the other two ships. Ahoy, shipmate George Knight, welcome aboard. We should have had a departure, 2 at 4 o'clock, Iona at 6, and then the other 2 at 8 o'clock. But I'm guessing Celebrity Silhouette is going to end up departing nearer to 8 o'clock, one would think. I think Iona might be delayed as well. I'm trying to follow Shield Hall, but it is quite nippy.
She's just been in dry dock as well, hasn't she, recently?
Yes, going back from Falmouth, going about a month ago.
Repaint and things.
There's a question here from Julie Stubbs. It says, are you allowed to stay on the ship when it goes into port?
Absolutely, you are. And it's quite nice staying on board, because if you're in a popular port, everyone gets off and you've got the ship almost to yourself. But there's a lot less people. If your ship holds 4,000 people and 3,000 get off, it's definitely noticeable. And then you quite often get spa day offers and things like that, because obviously they've not got as many people to pamper. So you quite often get some offers and things in the spa.
So top tip there then, if you actually stay in port for the day, there's a good chance there'll be offers on various things rather than when it's at sea for the day when everyone's needs something to do.
Absolutely. And you can obviously make the most of the drinks package and things like that whilst you're in port. A lot of people as well, if you're at a port that's right in the town, or it's got a busy dockside area, people will get off in the morning and come back for lunch on the ship as well, because it's if you've paid for your lunch, then I'm not sure why you'd want to pay extra for lunch somewhere else whilst you're in port. So people do it and then nip off in the afternoon. You can come and go as you please.
Well, that's
quite a nice thing.
Yeah, that's a good point. So if you're actually in the right location in the port, nip off, get off early, do some sightseeing, and then have some lunch back on board. Maybe have a little post-lunch nap. And head out to port again.
Never had a nap. Don't know what you mean.
No, of course not.
It's the rules. It's the rules on a cruise. You must have an afternoon nap.
Shipmate Philip Hunt is overlooking the Ocean Terminal. Oh, so you'll probably have a view of the container ship shortly. Ship has 1990 says, when is the Disney cruise due in the UK? You did say, I think it's May. No, not May, was it?
Disney Dream is this year.
Yeah.
That's July, I think, at some point. And then it's May next year for the new ship. also, I was just having a little look, the new Carnival ship as well, Carnival Jubilee, will be in October this year. It's doing its maiden voyage from the UK, which is good. 30th of October, across the Atlantic, 18-night sailing to Galveston, Texas.
Need to get myself a few more subscribers, and perhaps they'll have me on board as a journalist.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's a nice powerboat there coming up Southampton water. Still waiting for some more activity in the port. We're going to end up seeing Torrent she's facing backwards into the middle upper swing ground, have a little spin round up there, then head on out. And we're already at 22, so I think that's going to delay Iona's departure.
A little question from Alan in the chat as well. How big do you think cruise ships will get? Personally think they're too big already, he says. Yeah, it's interesting because the reason they're getting bigger is because it's better for them to have more people on board because they'll make more money. Basically, the more cabins you can squeeze in, the better the value is. But it's weird. I went on Harmony of the Seas, which at the time was the biggest in the world, which is one of the Oasis class ships from Royal Caribbean. And I never felt that it was busy, even though it holds something like 6,000 people. At no point did I feel squashed in or have to queue for ages for something, because there were so many different areas on the ship. There was always something to be doing, or we spent 16 nights on board and we still didn't do everything. It's got things like a comedy club and dry slides, water slides, a central park area, which, it's got real trees and things growing and plants and things like that. It was even weird transatlantic, and there's a poor little robin hopping around on the ship somewhere that
really
got on in Barcelona. Yeah. He was now native to Florida.
Spreading avian flu around the world.
Yeah, quite right. But yeah, as for how big will they get, it doesn't really seem to be much in the fact of limitations. It's just the places that they can dock. They already have limitations as it is now on where they can actually dock, but a lot of places that can handle that amount of people, like Barcelona, I think they upgraded the cruise terminal there, and Royal Caribbean have built their own super big terminal in Florida, Miami, I think it is. So yeah, if the ports are going to build the infrastructure to handle the ships, then they can keep going bigger and bigger. There is no limit, I suppose, really.
Yeah,
as long as it'll float.
I can certainly echo that. Having travelled on Iona with sort of 5,500 passenger capacity, I was just amazed at how quiet it was. There never seemed to be anyone anywhere. Obviously, it was a little bit busy at restaurant time, dining in the evening, but you're on a cruise ship. You're not in a hurry to go anywhere, so I didn't really see what the problem was. So it was amazingly quiet. So yes, so if you haven't been on a large cruise ship because you think they're going to be too busy, I don't think that's the problem.
No, I think the only thing you do notice is you notice how big it is, because it takes a while to get to somewhere sometimes. If you're in a cabin that you've chosen right at the very front, generally speaking, restaurants and things are normally at the back of the ship, and you find yourself taking 15 minutes to walk there. And at the end of the day, your feet tell you how big the ship is.
Yes.
You end up with feet ache. You're not a big walker.
We went to every bar on Iona to make a little film, which I haven't finished working on, actually.
Only for research purposes.
Research purposes, of course, yes, research purposes. Yes. And we did 13,500 steps just going to every bar. So, yeah, I think that's a health exercise as well as a...
How many of those 13,500 steps were stumbled steps towards the end of the tour of the bars?
Not many, actually. We did quite well. A couple of them weren't actually open, but I asked if I could just go in and film, and they said yes. So,
tonic water only, of course.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that little brown tonic water that's got a sweet, sugary taste.
We'll say that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, that's not even the biggest.
No.
Iona. She's up there with the big ships. I quite often find the older ships now will go in for dry dock, scheduled dry dock, and they'll squeeze in another 50 cabins or something like that. That's when they can become a little bit, not too much extra in the way of facilities. They'll take something out that people don't use much. Like I think Independence of the Seas, it used to be in Southampton, they removed the golf simulator because nobody really used it, and they put in a load more cabins, and the other places on the ship kind of not suffered, but they definitely felt the fact that there were a lot more passengers on the ship.
I guess
than there would have been when it was constructed. So
yeah, you probably, I don't know what the number of covers are ratio per passengers on board, but I guess there is a ratio, and of course if you put a few more cabins on, you're disturbing that ratio, aren't you?
Yeah, if you put another 100 people on, then you're going to have a slightly longer queue at the buffet, or a few more people squeezed in the main restaurant or something like that. So
yeah, I have a question. I did see another question here. Oh yeah, shipmate Jacqueline Archer says bigger ships limits the places they can dock.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're trying to sort of keep a happy medium with as many people as they can get on board. Generally, the mainstream cruise lines anyway, they like to squeeze as many people on board as they can, but still they don't want. A lot goes into the design of the public spaces and things like that. Just putting a little screen somewhere in, like whether it be a plant or a wooden type screen or something, can just make you feel a little bit more secluded and like it's less busy. It's just silly little things like that. They spend a lot of time just doing little things that psychologically you think, well, where is everyone else? And it works. If you can put a strategically placed plant wall somewhere, or a little cove or an alcove or something, and put some more people on board, then that's what they tend to do.
Shipmate Jacqueline Archer, she also comments that there can be big queues getting on and off, which I have heard there is a lot of. But last time I got onto Iona, I went from being dropped off at the terminal to being dropping my bag off in the cabin, picking up my key, getting my drinks package, arriving in the crow's nest right at the front with a rum in my hand. 45 minutes from being dropped off to rum in hand. So, and that's quite a large ship. So they can get queues, but I think it's a lot of people arriving at the wrong time, and they make them wait. So it's quite important to arrive in your windowed time.
I think as well, the pandemic sort of made them do things differently as well. You do a lot more checking in online and things like that. Again, Royal Caribbean were one of the ones that sort of pioneered everything being an online check-in. And the fastest I ever did was closing the boot of the car in the car park to being sat in the buffet was 14 minutes. Which was
14 minutes?
14.
Rate the buffet.
I couldn't quite believe it myself, but I had been on the ship before and I knew my way there. So
I guess that helps.
No messing about. But yeah, that was quite something, because you upload your ID and your photo ID and you register your credit card against the cabin and everything else. So you've done everything. Right. All I literally needed to do was show them the barcode on my phone. They scan that, go through security, put your bag through, take your metal bits off, put them through your thing, and then you're on the ship.
That makes sense.
Fantastic.
Shipmate Warren Spooner suggests that it was 7,500 steps forward and 6,000 backwards. Not sure if I like your suggestion there, shipmate.
It's verging on slander.
Yeah. Shipmate Oficial Salsalero, welcome aboard, shipmate. Quite a few new subscribers. Thank you for subscribing, shipmate. Like I say, it does make it more likely that I'll get on a free cruise in the future with the press cruises. But anyway, we'll keep thinking about that one. What have we got here? I did see someone had a question for you. Some question from shipmate Daniel Elliott. Why disabled people are not allowed to go on a cruise on their own when they can go on a plane on their own? Ooh, interesting question.
Interesting. I think it's a question of mobility, or level of mobility, I think. I'm not 100% sure. I can't completely answer that one without obviously knowing specifics about the person, but I know there is a company, I can't remember the name, that specialises in cruising. There's oh crikey, I can picture the two chaps, Jonathan and the other guy. one of which is blind, and the other which is wheelchair bound, and they specialise in cruising. Just the two of them. And that's their company sort of ethos, is they look into all that kind of thing.
Oh, right.
It's really something, really great travel, maybe it might be.
Well, that would make sense, wouldn't it? That's a good name.
Yes, it is something along those lines. But yeah, the two of them cruise together, and obviously both of them have a disability, so they haven't got an able-bodied person with them as such. So yeah, they're all around the world. They love the Virgin Voyages cruises. They seem to. Jonathan Fletcher, that's one guy's name. I can't remember the other. They might even be watching, you never know. But yeah, they do specialise in holidays, and especially cruising for people with disabilities. So they're worth having a little look at.
There we go. I'd imagine the difference between a plane is on a plane you're not staying on a plane, are you? You get on and then you travel and you get off. Whereas on a cruise ship, you're going to sleep and having a shower and doing all these other things which may require.
Well, the actual ships themselves are very accessible. There are a lot of people with either mobility scooters or wheelchairs and things like that, and things like all the lift buttons have got braille and things like that. So there's the accessibility, that the requirements are obviously different to being on land, but they choose to be very compliant just because they know a lot of people like to go on board. So everything either has a ramp or there's a lift to get to it and things like that. So they certainly don't discriminate in any way against people in wheelchairs or with disability.
That's quite interesting. You said it, because when I was on the cruise ship the other day, and I can't remember which one it was. It was the last day because it was the wrap up for the conference.
That would have been the Silhouette.
Yeah, I think it was
Celebrity Silhouette.
Yeah, and the chap they had, the celebrity they had wrapping up the conference was you see him on the BBC. He's a wheelchair basketball player. He's hosts travel programs and I think a few other things. And his criticism was that he found it very difficult to manoeuvre around the ship because the doors. Because the doors are manual, and I noticed when on Iona that all the doors are automatic. You just wave your hand and they open, which actually, thinking about it, is a godsend for people with limited mobility, especially if you're in a wheelchair. Because how do you open the wheelchair?
Yeah,
well, that's something.
Carefully. But yeah, no, this is it. It's like I say, certainly the modern ships are all made. Whether the older ships, for example, like Fred Olsen and Ambassador, for example, they've, I'm sure, made adaptations to their ships. But I'd say overall, you see a lot of people, especially elderly people as well, naturally have disabilities on occasions. There we go. Somebody's just put the Really Good Travel Company.
Oh, there we go. Who was that? Oh, yes.
That was Mr. MPC.
Mr. NBC 61. Well, thank you very much, mate. The Really Good Travel Company. There we go. That's probably been the right direction. Yeah, you will. Certainly, you're on me. Like I say, I don't know, but I would almost get the impression that some of the larger, newer ships with the automatic doors and probably a better design. Certainly, some of the disability cabins I saw were very large, plenty of space. I would probably think they're probably better than the older ships, which are just people hadn't thought about it.
And they have more of the accessible cabins and things like that as well, with a wet room instead of a bathroom, or, and hoists and things like that, handles where they need to be. So they're definitely very mindful, I think, of people. People are saying about if you need to abandon ship in the middle of the night. Yeah, they are aware when you book, you need to fill out a form if you have mobility issues. You need to fill out forms and details so that they know exactly the limitations that you have, and they would have crew that are aware of your requirements as well. So if there is an emergency situation, they can still accommodate your needs.
That's a good point. I hadn't.
But they are very well organised.
Yeah, I hadn't given that any consideration.
Yeah, they'll know which cabin you're in and how much help you need.
Yeah.
Probably an allocated person, I guess.
Now we are waiting for some more ship activity. Let's have a look here. I think the lights, the sun's coming out a little bit. Some shipmates there on the bow of Iona. We have 5 ship movements for you today, shipmates. The Celebrity Silhouette, Sky Princess, Iona, Mindshift 3 and MSC Virtuosa. Sky Princess has departed. She's on her way to the field for a 14-night land of the midnight sun. Celebrity Silhouette has been delayed because of medical emergency. Iona is due to depart at 6 o'clock. I'm suspecting that she will also be delayed because we have the Harpag-Lloyd Torrente ship about to... There we go. Yeah, you see the name. She is just coming past the other 2 cruise ships, the Celebrity Silhouette and the MSC Virtuosa, then past Iona. Iona will come back and spin round, so that's not happening before. So it could be a bit of a delay here. Bit of a delay. And that's going to interfere, I imagine, with my galley trip, which I was anticipating at about 6:30, 6:45. Never mind.
Call room service.
Yes, that's exactly.
Just another question there from Daniel Sam, and then Karate Kid. Excellent. He's even got Karate Kid as a profile picture, I noticed. He said, when do you believe that Southampton Port will plug in all cruise ships? That's an interesting one.
Good question.
The ships are... A lot of the new ships are being made with that technology. And I've noticed they have retrofitted as well, some ships, with the ability to use shore power. So it's, I guess, supply and demand. If more and more ships have got that facility, then there's the demand for it. I think we've already got, is it City Cruise Terminal and Horizon definitely has got shore power.
Yes.
City Cruise has got shore power as well?
Yes, I believe so. I think I remember seeing it when I was there.
There's 2. So out of the amount of cruise terminals,
I know has been a slight problem.
Imagine.
Yeah, there's been a slight problem.
Container ships don't use an awful lot of electricity compared to cruise ships.
I don't know.
They've got obviously crew quarters and then various pieces of machinery on board, but you wouldn't think they've got anywhere near the amount of current draw that a cruise ship has.
Yeah, they still have their generators running though, which creates lots of pollution.
I saw an article actually that said Southampton was one of the worst ports for pollution, but then does that equate to the fact that it's probably the biggest port, or one of the biggest ports in the UK as well?
Yes, I think that is, yeah. But we just have lots of vessels that seem to create lots of pollution. I know there has been a problem with some of the cruise ships having an incompatibility issue between the different types of shore power connector. And they just need to travel around with some sort of great big travel plug adapter to sort of connect them in.
Oh, there we go. Kevin 2 just posted the exact link I was talking about.
Oh, there we go. Excellent. Good old shipmate Kevin 2. He's an excellent spanner. He'll provide information. I can see a few people in the hot tubs on Iona. Our only criticism of the hot tubs that were along that deck is they weren't desperately hot, like lukewarm tubs. I think it's some of the Caribbean islands are now you're only allowed to dock if you can connect to shore power. And I think that's what's really forced the adoption of shore power connections.
Ooh, another question from Debbie Clark. Well, can disabled people use the pools on board? Yes, they can, absolutely. I don't know if it's all ships, but certainly most of the ships I've seen have got facilities to be able to, if you're completely immobile, they've got like a hoist crane type thing at the side of the pool that can be used, and they can basically lower you into the pool. You can bob around and do your thing, and they can hoik you out afterwards. So, yeah, absolutely. It's all about inclusivity, I think.
Yeah, I certainly noticed on Iona there were lots of hoists by the pools. So yes,
She was great. Even the hot tub, actually, if I remember rightly, on Anthem of the Seas.
Oh, right.
That was one.
That is impressive.
Good.
We should see Shield Hall on our screen shortly coming past. And then we'll have the container ship. She'll be coming past our screen shortly as well. There's a lot going on, but not much in the way of cruise ships. Oh, dear.
Paul M says he read yesterday that if all the ships plugged into shore power at once, it would drain Southampton's power, as the national grid doesn't have the infrastructure to cope at present. Yes, that sounds quite believable, because you are plugging in a small town, really, aren't you, or a small village at least. When you plug in a cruise ship.
Yeah.
It's not, can't use your 13 amp plugs. So I mean about infrastructure. Once the demand is there, all the ships state that they must plug into power, or if something's introduced to say that the ships must plug in, then National Grid will have to deal with it, I think, somehow.
I wouldn't have thought it'd be too difficult in a city to be able to cope with extra power. It's not like it's remote.
True.
I'm just moving the cameras around. So we should have the container ship coming on the right hand side of the screen any moment, and then the Shield Hall Shield Hall will be there as well. Somewhere. I'm surprised I can't see either of them. Let's see if I can see the container ship. Yes, that looks like a container ship to me. There we go. I can see the bow of the container ship just coming down. Let's see if I can zoom in on the container ship. No, it's not to everyone's tastes. Do like a bit of commercial shipping. It's the size and scale of the vessels that's really impressive. Shipmate Roger Liddell says Iona is disabled friendly. Yep, I'd say so from what I saw. It does look very disabled friendly. Shipmate Warren Spooner says he's from Leicester. Well done, shipmate. Hopefully you managed to get out of landlocked Leicester sometime. Well, there's shipmate Elizabeth Leaborn says very busy tonight. Oh, no, hello, Bean. It's a very busy live stream. It is indeed, shipmate. We are we're here to see that 5-ship departure. And so far we've seen 1 out of 5 depart. So I think the departure times of the cruise ships are about as reliable as my technology blind broadcasting. We have a tug here. Yeah. Well, last week I couldn't even talk to you last week.
No. Some might say that's a blessing.
Yeah. We'll zoom in onto Iona once the container ship's passed, and we'll have a check on the lines and see what's going on there. I don't have the radio working at the moment, which is slightly annoying because I can't hear what's going on. Normally you hear the pilots saying that they're changing their departure times for the ships. But it's one of my never-ending technological problem jobs. Come on, container ship, where are you? Surely you must be on screen soon. Right, shipmate Daniel's son says something was on South today. Ah, here we go, container ship. If you're a first-time cruiser, Paul, do you have any recommendation for length of cruise that someone should take? Do you think they should go for a all-out 90-day world tour, or start off with a 14 Mediterranean, just a 3 nights to France or something?
It depends on what your expectation is, really, and how tolerant you are of things. Because if you booked a 14 night for your first one and you're not a fan of it after the first couple of days, then it's a bit of an issue potentially. But I'd always say, if you can, do a little taster cruise, or they call them sort of mini cruises and things like that. I booked one for a couple the other day, actually, that haven't cruised before, but they like the look of it. And it just goes from Southampton, it's on MSC Virtuosa, actually, goes to Cove in Ireland, Cork, and then Weymouth somewhere, I think, on the way back. Portland, actually. Portland, and then back to Southampton. It's a little 4 nights, 5 days for a sort of a reasonable price. And it's the perfect sort of thing, I think, to get an idea without committing to something that's, a bigger cost and you don't know what to expect. So I think that's ideal. And a lot of the cruise liners do it as well. They'll offer, quite often towards the end or the beginning of season, once they arrive in port, they'll do a couple of little short cruises. And people obviously can go on one of those, and they've then got the scope to sell them another one later in the season as well. So
yeah,
but
crafty.
I mean, that's what I did from the UK, certainly. Went on a little one to Cork.
Ahoy, shipmate.
Nice.
James Brown has just subscribed. Legendary king of... Is it not rock and roll? Is he James Brown? More like
Soul, maybe?
Soul, yeah, there we go.
So yeah, book a short one, I would say. Trial it out, see what you think. I personally think you'll love it, but then I love cruises myself. So, but the amount of people that book another cruise afterwards is quite substantial.
Oh, there, shipmate Steve Morris. Welcome aboard. Yeah, it sounds like a great way to sort of dip your toe into it if you are a bit sceptical of the whole process and thinking it's going to take ages to board and be complicated and too many people. And yeah. And like you say, they are quite reasonable prices, aren't they, some of those 3 and 4 night cruises?
Yeah, the short ones, yeah. It's the mini cruises, or taster cruises, they like to call them, or transatlantics generally are the sort of cheapest. But obviously transatlantic, you don't have a lot of ports, really. you might go to Ireland, you might stop somewhere at the Azores maybe on the way across, but generally speaking, they're cheaper because there are no other ports. But you are stuck at sea for sort of a week potentially. So if you're not a fan of it after day one, then you can't decide you're going home.
Yeah, there's not as much variety, is there? I see Iona is actually on the move, so she was hot to trot as soon as the container ship passed by. I think we have some waivers. Looks like a towel action to me. Oh, is that a flag? Towels are quite good when it's bright here.
I've been waiting for their moment for the last hour.
Yeah.
Poised.
There we go. I hope someone's watching on a device. Do you think he's watching on a device there? Looks like it, doesn't it? So he's got his phone in his hand there. Yeah, this is some waving going. Quality waving. Look at that.
Telling the wife to wave harder.
Yeah. Excellent. Good job, shipmates. I wonder who that is. Yeah, the towel definitely helps. Looks like they're in the party mood already. Only 6 minutes late on the departure time for Ona. That's a good effort.
She's still waving.
Still waving.
She's had her instructions.
Yeah. Look, there's shipmate Chris Miller. And shipmate Michelle Watson says they can see their cabin on Iona. We get a lot of shipmates viewing, tuning in, and checking out their cabin locations. I don't know how they could do it because I always struggle to work out which deck's which. Oh, I see something else going on up there. Have a look. What's that? Looks like a flag or something. Or another towel. That's right up. Oh, do you think they're waving, or are they just drying their towel out? No, they're definitely waving. That's an interesting point. Those cabins right at the top there, they're quite sheltered from the sun, aren't they?
They really are. Yeah.
I certainly enjoyed
Still a great view.
Yeah, still a great view. I definitely enjoyed being a bit lower down. Whoops, I'm going up. Well, I enjoyed being a bit lower down where I could actually sit in the sun for a bit.
Oh yes, look, second flag out. Or is it a sarong of some variety?
Yes, I'm glad you came up with the right word. I was going to say something else. I was going to say tea towel, but yeah, you're right. I think sarong is probably... It just occurred to me that tea towel would be an odd choice to take on a cruise ship with you. Sarong makes it more sense.
Captain? How big is your galley if that's a tea towel?
It's probably a more better reflection on my inadequacy of female clothing. Well, that's good. So we've had 2 towely objects today. So keep a lookout, see if there's anyone else. There's definitely a lot of people out on deck today. It's probably quite refreshing.
A lot of people on that promenade deck as well. There's something that seems to be sort of coming back onto cruise ships. The newer ships are trying to put more outside space. There's quite a few who've got sort of promenades with dining and things like that they're putting on, like the MSC ships that are generally based in the Caribbean, seaside and things like that. They have quite a bit of outside space done on that same deck, like Iona has there.
Yeah.
Quite a nice place to be, as long as you're sheltered from the wind.
Yeah, it just reminded me, there's a chap here who's walking around his balcony. And when we went on the cruise, our friends we went with, their cabin was not the one where the chap is on the balcony in black, but the one just to his inside. And so what you found was that in their cabin, the people in the cabin next door could look right into their cabin, the way the ship's laid out. Yeah,
that's really what you want, is it?
Yeah, so like there, for instance, she was changing, looked out, and there was some bloke looking back in. I don't think he was doing it on purpose. He just happened to turn around and walk back into his cabin as the doctor was changing.
could be embarrassing.
Could be, yeah.
Julie Walker has asked, can I ask Paul, is it worth looking for August 24 cruise deals at the moment? Yes, absolutely. Earlier you can book the better. It either seems to be sort of earlier or last minute. But then they do sort of January, February. There are a lot of deals around because all the cruise lines generally tend to compete. It's wave season, as they call it, because everyone after Christmas suddenly thinks, oh, let's go on holiday. So you'll get a lot of good deals January, February, but I would say definitely August 24. If you want to get in touch, Julie, by all means do. There's a link in the description. If you, by all means, I can have a look for you, depending on what you're looking for.
Yeah, there should be a link in the description. If not, just Google lovecruise.co.uk/Solent Ships. There should be a link in the description, assuming it hasn't copied over the old one from last time.
Yep, I'm looking now and it has. Yep.
Oh, good. Well done. I'm glad you could check.
If you click that specific link, then it'll let me know that you've come from from Solent Ships. Sorry, and I can look after you a bit extra special.
Yeah, there we go.
Like one of the family.
And we can see Iona's just starting her turn now. A lot of. Oh, was there a waiver there? No, I thought there was a waiver on the bow. We had a waiver on a super yacht the other week. Oh, there is a waiver on the bow. Yeah, we had a waiver on a super yacht, and we have had a waiver on the back of a commercial ro-ro boat, which was quite good. Yeah, I think he even chatted on the channel.
Yes, I think you spotted who I have. The person right at the very front.
Yeah, they've got a great cabin.
So ask them if it's windy or not.
Yeah, that's my impression. I think someone commented once, said, yes, it is windy right on the bow. You know, he's looking on his phone. Oh, good. Now they're leaning out. Don't fall out, shipmate. Sliding down to the cabin below.
I think I'm right in saying those ones, you can probably just about make them out. They've got like a screen behind. See the couple that are next to them? You can see the screen just there, which prevents some of the wind coming straight into the cabin.
Oh, okay. Oh, yes. I can see. Yes, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. I don't think we've had one on the bow before. So we've still got Mine Chief 3 to the left-hand side there. Still waiting for the heavily delayed other cruise ship, which I've just got my Celebrity Silhouette. I don't think she's moving yet either, is she? No. Hi there, Ian Millard. Welcome aboard, shipmates. Many thanks for subscribing. If you haven't subscribed to the Solent Ships YouTube channel, please do think about subscribing. Our end goal is to reach a point where I can legitimately join a freebie cruise. I've got to be honest, you know. If I said to you if it was anything other than trying to get a freebie cruise, I might be telling porcupines.
Marion Bullock says, looking to go on my first cruise for my retirement in 2025. Absolutely. First of many, I think. That's what retirement's for, I think, isn't it? Enjoying yourself.
Sounds like
worked all your life.
Yeah, it sounds like a great way to retire for your retirement. That's a good point, actually. I would say being on a cruise, if you want to, it can be very relaxing. You don't have to, like someone asked about the shore excursions. You don't have to go on the shore excursions. You don't have to do anything. There's lots of bars and coffee shops and little snack places and lots of ship to walk around, exercise, or just, you know, lots of. On Iona, there was a lovely library that you can sit in and read, and it's very, in that respect, it's very relaxing. You don't have to think about anything. You don't have to make reservations for restaurants if you don't want to. Yeah, I can see that being very relaxing.
As little or as much as you like, really. Everything's there for you to do if you want to do it, but if you literally, I mean, I've had days before, sea days and things, where I've got up at some outrageous time of the morning and gone and had breakfast, gone back for a nap, got up and had a wander around the ship and gone and got some lunch and had another afternoon nap, which was fantastic. And watched a show in the evening, and had a meal and gone and watched a band or a performer or something like that. Just had a really very lazy day, which is what it's all about. But similarly, you can get off and go on a full day excursion. You know, get up first thing in the morning, go to the gym. They've all got state-of-the-art gyms on board. Or you can go and do a fitness class or any of those things. So, but yeah, it's there's as much or as little as you want to do, but it's all there for the taking, kind of thing. And that sounds cliche, but
no, I think you make a good point. There were quite a few shows and things on Iona, which I think we tried to see quite as much as we could, and they're very well done. I mean, it may or may not be to your taste or preference, but they're certainly not amateurish, if I can put it that way. They are well done.
No, the standard of, I mean, a lot of the ships, NCL and Royal Caribbean are the two that spring to mind that have got the rights to Broadway shows or West End shows.
Yeah.
Like Anthem of the Seas has got We Will Rock You on board. What's the other ones? There's Donna Summer musicals on one of them. Hairspray is on another Royal Caribbean ship.
Right.
Lots of very well-known proper shows, kind of thing. They do the cast production shows as well, their own shows, which again have just as much pizzazz and everything or razzmatazz, I probably should say, shouldn't I? As a West End show or a Broadway show. I know Royal Caribbean have got these massive centres in Miami that are just for the development of their shows and rehearsals and moving in prop pieces and everything. So it's a lot goes into it, just as much as a main, proper West End show.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Oh.
Smaller ships obviously have got smaller cabaret kind of areas, but the big ships have got sort of 1,500 seat theatres that do proper shows.
Yeah, excellent. Ahoy, shipmate. Andy's just donated $5. Many thanks, shipmate. I'll put that towards the camera or stroke rum fund. Iona's just heading forwards now, departing Port of Southampton. When I was on one of the, it might have been the Celebrity Silhouette, they had the Take That musical.
That would have been Arvia. That's
Was it Arvia?
Yeah.
Was it on Arvia? Oh, you might be right. Yeah, I did go on Arvia. Yeah, no, but it was Arvia then. Okay, I can't remember which one it was.
They did the preview on there.
Yes. A lot of people seem to really enjoy that, probably because they're of the generation of sort of growing up with Take That.
Yeah. Gary Barlow is P&O's musical director for Iona and
of course, yes.
Arvia.
Yeah, I made the mistake of thinking Gary Barlow was somebody who was on Carnation Street, but apparently that's not the case.
As we can. His dad, not many people know.
Our American audience is
trending.
Our American audience is totally confused now. What is the weather? I'm curious. We haven't got any humidity, have we? That's a shame. Still 20 degrees. There's slight 14 knot breeze. It's coming from the northwest. It's an unusual wind direction. I would think the humidity level is quite high. That's how it feels to me, because it does feel quite humid in my cabin here.
Ben's Games and Trains asked in the chat, can someone give me the times for all the ships to leave? As and when they blooming well feel like it, I think it seems to be.
That is probably what's going to happen. But just as a quick roundup, Celebrity Silhouette is delayed, still in port. Sky Princess left on time. Iona left 6 minutes late. And Mine Chief 3 and MC Virtuoso are due to leave at 8 o'clock. I suspect Celebrity Silhouette might leave. She's been delayed due to a medical emergency. So exactly when she'll leave, I'm not entirely sure. One of the cruise ships the other day had a helicopter evac just off of Cowes. Oh, sorry, not off, around the other side, off of Sandown, that sort of side.
I'm trying to remember if it was, I think it was a Princess ship once. We left Southampton and we didn't even get as far as going round past Cowes there. We sort of abandoned going round is it Bramblebank, they call it? The bit where you go round in a bit of a loop? Yeah.
That's it. That's
didn't
the
quite
one.
Get that far. We sort of drifted and somebody was taken off by boat already for a medical emergency. It's better then than when you're miles out in the middle of the sea.
Yes, you don't really want to turn back to ports, do you? Not like planes, don't travel quite as quickly.
No. That's quite something to behold as well. Medical emergency when you're at sea. Twice that's happened now. I've been lucky enough to go on 21 cruises, and it's only ever happened twice, but it's still quite something to. Obviously, it's very unfortunate circumstances, but to see one of these great big helicopters coming down and winching down a man and then hoiking somebody up again, it's quite something.
When we went on Iona a few months ago, we went with a ship's doctor. She used to be a ship's doctor. I think it was Royal Caribbean. She was a ship's doctor on. And I asked her about sort of the general problems you have being a ship's doctor. And she mainly said it was mainly the crew wanted to get time off. Because they work quite a lot, 6-7 days a week, and they don't often get time off. And sometimes they have family on board, or they're in a port where their family are, and they want like a day off. So they occasionally bribe the ship's doctor with various things to get a day off work. Oh, your boyfriend's coming next month. Would he care for a tour of the engine room. Or we can give him a specialised tour of the engine room. Would you like an extra special bottle of wine with your dinner? I'm sure we can sort something out. Yeah, I'm guessing if you're working really hard, it can be quite hard work.
Yeah, they quite often go if they've got, for example, the waiting staff or the restaurant staff. They'll do a breakfast shift and then they'll rush off, have a couple of hours sleep, and then be up for lunch or something else. They'll quite often grab some sleep when they can.
Yeah.
Quite a lot of the entertainment staff or the sports staff as well double up as, for example, there were some of the sports staff on the Royal Caribbean. They were like follow spot operators in the theatre as well. So they've got a fairly early start for the sports activities, and then they're up potentially doing a show until 10:30 at night, being a follow spot operator.
Yes, I noticed that there are quite a lot of dual rolling of the crew, aren't they? They have various different jobs.
But also they do get rest days and things, and days off potentially in port sometimes, and they get all their accommodation and food and everything else, and get to travel the world. So as much as they're not massively well paid, it's a sort of a choice of something to do. I think a choice of career.
I notice in the port of Southampton, when the cruise ships come in, a lot, or actually commercial ships as well, a lot of the staff will seem to head up to the pan shop and buy chocolate. I'm not entirely sure why, but it seems to be what most of the staff seem to buy. Chocolate and USB cables for charging things up.
Yeah, certain things you just can't get on board. There's a massive demand, I suppose, and then the cruise line will organise it.
I was just going past the dock head now, the Red Funnel Ferry on the way in. Mine Chief 3 is still tied up. She's not due to depart till 8 o'clock. Look at that. We have 2 cruise ships and the ferry. Oh, it's quite an interest. I don't think I've seen the stern of Mine Chief 3 before from this angle. Either that or I've not been paying attention. It's quite a sort of hexagonal sort of Minecrafty atrium.
Very angular, isn't it?
See in the very distance on cruise cam as well. I thought this will be in interest to many people. But there is a super yacht that was in Ocean Village for a very long time called Force India. And it was repossessed by the HMRC, owned by one of the Formula One teams. It's repossessed by HMRC and that put up for auction, and then she was looking awful, really green, and I've noticed now that she's been moved over and is on land. There you go, that's the stern of Force India. She's a Mangusta 165. Fantastic looking ship. Fantastic looking super yacht, I should say. Guess someone might be buying her, so they're readying her for work, because she hasn't been used for so many years. She'll be all broken and leaky.
It's the last thing you want from a ship, isn't it?
It is the last thing you want from a ship. And we did notice when we were on Captain Marty's the other day that his bilge pump wasn't working, which explained why the rear of the ship was somewhat heavily sunk into the water.
I seem to remember going out on his speedboat with him and having a similar thing where he'd forgotten to put the bung in.
Yeah, there's a definite theme. I have to agree with you.
Why is the back filling up?
It's just water.
It's fine. I was spotted in the chat. Trevor Hillary says they were in a front-facing balcony cabin on Sky Princess during the last 2 weeks. Fantastic for the fjord sail in and out. Didn't find it too windy. Just don't open the cabin door at the same time as the balcony door. Yeah, that does create somewhat of a crew vibe.
Yeah. Top tip. Oh, not too windy. Oh, that's good. It's good to know. I've often thought it would be quite windy, and stern would be a better location. But that's good to know. Is there much of a premium for a cabin on the sort of bow?
Not massively. It depends on the individual ship as to whether the forward cabins like that are bigger. Sometimes they'll put a suite there or something like that. But if you can get the same sort of grade, it's just a case of getting there first. Because there are other people that prefer those or prefer the stern as well.
So I suppose if you book early, then
yes, the key to getting the cabin you want is booking as early as you possibly can.
So even
the best
though
deals generally tend to be.
Yeah. So even though there's not a massive price difference for a location, unless it's a bigger cabin, you just you're more likely to get the cabin you want to the location you want.
Yeah. It's a similar thing for accessible cabins as well, because there aren't as many of them. People that have the need for them obviously do quite often have to get in there first or rely on a cancellation. So, same as anything. If there's a limited amount of something, get in there quick if you must have it.
Right. Let's have a quick look. Is there? Oh, I think you're talking about shipmate. Trevor Hillary says it was the lowest grade of mini suite. Booked very early. Absolutely something. I can't read it because there's for some reason YouTube done something. And there's
a huge balcony.
Oh, a huge balcony. Yeah, they've done something on the chat, and now I've got some emoji thing floating in the bottom right-hand corner, and it's always covering half the text. It's If I knew how to operate this computer. How do I turn off this emoji nonsense? Anyway.
Yes, it was absolutely huge balcony right above the bridge.
Excellent.
Brenton White, yes, there is a mine sheet for 2. There is. We were commenting about that the other day, aren't they? They're of German origin, the mine sheaf ships, and in a very efficient German fashion, that's how they've named their cruise ships. Mine sheaf 1, 2, and 3. I think there's a 4 as well. I can't remember that.
Don't know.
I know a lot of dealings with them.
I seem to remember Mine Sheaf 3's had a lot of names, if I remember correctly.
But yeah.
Oh, well, good. Well, in fact, you're absolutely right. There's a Mine Sheaf 4 in 2015, Mine Sheaf 5 in 2016, and a Mine Sheaf 6 in 2017.
Excellent. They're very stoic with their commitment to the Mine Sheaf branding, aren't they?
They've found a name and they're sticking with it.
Should we? It's very efficient, James. Would expect nothing less.
Yeah, I thought it was Mine Sheaf 3. That one of them had many names before they sort of stuck with Mine Sheaf.
I think they are part of 2 Mark G, yes.
Yeah. Just to prove that we are an equal opportunities YouTube channel, we also have a little bit of train spotting going on here as well. So we've got trains, powerboats, bunkering vessels, and a cruise ship and a ro-ro. Yeah, we are very diverse.
Very diverse shot that is, isn't it?
Yeah.
And a crane. Did you mention a crane?
I haven't mentioned the crane, no. I normally find the cranes irritating because they're just in the wrong place, trying to block the view. Shipmate, actually, one of our excellent spanners, Babe Blue, says that Mine Sheaf 7 and 9 are under construction as well.
7, 8 and 9. 7, 2, 9 it is.
So 7, 2, 9, yeah, 7, 8 and 9. So there's obviously no let up in the Mine Sheaf naming system.
I don't know what on earth they're going to call the next one.
Do you think they'll have a little quiz competition for everyone? Book your, win a trip on the next Mine Sheaf. Guess the name. It'll probably be Mine Sheaf X, won't it, or something like that.
What happens when they retire the first one? Or the second one? Does the next one then get named 1 or 2? 2A? 1A? B?
A or B. like flats.
Oh, Tracy Reese says the original mineshaft was Celebrity Galaxy.
That was it. Yeah, I was trying to find that information, but I seem to remember one of them had loads and loads of names, something like 7 or 8 names before they settled on mineshaft. It was a TUI and then a Celebrity. Was it Celebrity Galaxy? Did you say?
Yes.
Yeah. So I think that might have been what I was thinking of.
Maybe there was a person that came up with the names for the ships, but their salary was just not justified, so they got rid of them and just introduced the numbers. That's all you do, Hans. Just name ships.
That's it.
Each year we build one.
Ellie Burley suggests Shiffy McShiftface. Careful how I pronounce that.
Careful.
An option she'll be playing.
I realised the last moments of that last shot you managed to include 2 coaches as well.
No, I didn't. I missed that. That's a particular penchant of you, isn't it? A couple of coaches.
Well, maybe. Recognise them. Local operators. Buckets.
Yeah, it's quite murky up there. I didn't check the visibility. I can check the weather for the visibility. I have the technology here. Oh, no, I don't have the technology. What's happened to the visibility? I'm sure there was visibility on there. So you clearly have a problem with my weather system. I don't supply this weather information. This is not from me. I'm borrowing it from ABP. I think that's the least they can do. I'm not sure what's going on with the weather out there, but I'm definitely getting a waft of barbecue into my cabin. It's rather disconcerting. I have a quick look on the map. What's going on the map? I see nothing from Celebrity Silhouette yet. So Celebrity Silhouette is delayed. She was due to depart at 4. Sky Princess has left long gone. Iona left 6 minutes late. I should be nipping off to the galley shortly, and I suspect Paul will be as well. And then mineshaft 3 and Embassy Virtuosa at 8 o'clock.
A comment in the chat from Adam Richards. That was my wife and I waving from the balcony in the bow of Iona.
Oh, excellent,
the
shipmate.
Opportunity to wave goodbye to our family.
Oh, excellent. Shipmate, am I streaming next Friday, Captain? We are leaving on Queen Mary 2. Oh, I don't know. There's a good chance. It depends on where I end up. Unfortunately, sometimes I'm in odd bits of the country, and trying to get back on Friday night doesn't always go so smoothly as I anticipate. But if Queen Mary 2 is departing, I probably will. Queen Mary 2 is quite a favourite of the channel. You ever been on Queen Mary 2, Paul?
I have indeed, yes. It's odd. It's got a couple of... It's a stunning ship, in fact. She's, as we sort of discussed before, she's the only current operating ocean-going liner specifically built for crossing the channel, which she does on a regular basis. She's got some sort of odd half decks. So you could be at the very stern on deck 4, for example. I can't remember exactly which one. But you're on 4 lower, and then there's a 4 upper.
Oh.
And then you go up to the actual 4, and then walk all the way along, and then you go back down again. So it's a bit confusing. You can find yourself a bit out of sorts. You know, 4. What am I? 4 lower, 4 upper.
Oh, that's gonna really confuse me after a couple of rums. That is.
Yeah, the main part of the ship, the sort of centre, and then the mid forward, mid aft. There it'll be just deck 4, but then you'll get to the front, and I seem to remember going down into the gallery, I think it was, or up into somewhere else. It was all a bit. It took a little bit of navigating, but yeah, amazing ship, though. And I heard you talking the other day about the captain's cufflinks.
Yes.
At the front, the spare propellers. I've got a couple of photos next to those.
You can actually
go right up to them, and
you can walk down to them, can you?
Them. Yes, absolutely. They're sort of gold.
Yeah.
I don't think they're actually gold, but
I think they're brass.
Golden in colour,
yeah.
and of course.
I don't know if you can see there, but right in the distance is that container ship going past the sort of Cowshot Spit, and that's showing you quite how murky it is today. Its visibility has decreased. It's definitely very humid. I wouldn't be surprised if there were some thunderstorms later, but I haven't heard anything.
Due this weekend. Sunday, I think, is supposed to be the day. Tomorrow. Thunder. But yeah, it's QM2 is quite a... There's the bell of the old Queen Mary on there as well. I've got a photo stood next to, looking chuffed with myself.
Oh, fantastic! Did you think that the sort of quality of fixtures and fittings was different to some of the other cruise ships you've been on?
Yes and no. I wasn't wowed, but then I'd been on other ships and I thought, oh, this is nice, and I didn't find myself sort of agog at any point.
Yeah.
But yeah, she's stunning looking from outside, and on board, you're on a Cunard ship. Elements a bit like the main dining room and things. They're all just that little bit more refined, and a couple of extra sets of cutlery and things. Whereas you might just have things for starters, you end up with all sorts of confusing forks. I'm not fantastically cultured, but I've got a vague idea. You work from the outside in, didn't on cutlery, but yeah, there are the forks I didn't know what they were for. But yeah, great ship. It's lovely to have been on board as well. It's a proper ocean-going line.
Getting some errors here on our bandwidth, so the stream's not too glitchy. Shipmate Lisa Sargent says storm heading for the Isle of Wight now, according to rain alarm radar. I'm not surprised, it does look that way.
Margaret Mason's off on Arcadia on Thursday, she said. It's one of the smaller P&O ships, isn't it, Margaret? I believe. I think I might be right in saying they're adult only.
Yes.
Arcadia and Aurora.
I think so, but I think it's Arcadia the oldest as well. I can't remember. I
think so, yeah.
Yeah, I think they're Arcadia and Aurora and Azura. I think they're all adult only.
There's a question from Tina Stockman. If I loved Cunard, Royal Princess and MCL, but MSC didn't, do you think I like P&O? MSC can be hit and miss. The ships are all stunning. Because they've got that Italian flair, they're Italian owned, but the customer service can be hit and miss. The people that go on and they have an amazing time, and then some other people that have an issue and it's not addressed as they'd like it to be. But I think their price point reflects that, he says in the most diplomatic way. Certainly for a first time, I think MSC you'll find great, because you won't have been spoilt by anyone else, and everything will seem fantastic. So there's a place in the market for them, but sometimes you might not have the most fantastic experience. It answers that one, but yeah, Cunard, you'll notice NCL and Cunard will have been completely different, Tina. But yes, I think you would like P&O. If you like Cunard Royal Princess, the nearest to P&O I'd say is probably Royal Princess. It's slightly more family orientated on P&O, but it's definitely British for the British market. Everything in pounds and pence, and English plug sockets on board, British plug sockets, and menus and things like that, and entertainment. That all caters for the British market more so than Princess would.
That's a good point.
I think you enjoy P&O.
On the MSC ships, then, do they speak Italian all the time?
They don't, but I'd say probably more of the crew have English as not their first language.
Right.
Maybe you might say. They're better because in the Mediterranean they're more of a hop on, hop off kind of thing. Each port that they go to, MSC, is a boarding and disembarking port. So
Ah,
they'll sell a cruise from Rome, for example, but the same cruise will also be sold from somewhere in Spain. So people will be joining in Rome, and people will be getting off in Rome, and then the next port, people will be joining, and other people will be getting off. So it's like a constant sort of circular thing, and you do end up with a lot more different languages. Now, the first I ever went on was a Mediterranean cruise with MSC, and there were 6 different languages for everything at the time, which made bingo quite interesting.
oh my word.
And quite long.
Yes.
It was English, German, French, Spanish, Italian, and what was the other? Maybe Dutch? Maybe it wasn't Dutch. It was something else anyway. But yeah, so playing a game of bingo is quite interesting.
I can imagine. Shipmate Sarah Bunyan asks you, Paul, what do you recommend for a first cruise, and how do you contact you about it?
Depending on what you want, Sarah, I would say. If you want something longer, part of it is what your expectations of a cruise are, which I'm more than happy to have a chat with you about it if you get in touch. Thank you, Mark G. He's just posted details, and the captain also. Get in touch with me, we can have a chat. I'll basically ask you about previous holidays that you've been on, and things like that, and what you've enjoyed, what you haven't, what you like from a holiday, because a lot of that is transferable to a cruise. And if you want to be somewhere, like a family resort when you go on holiday, then that's great. We can find a ship for you that does that. And if you want to be somewhere all-inclusive, adult only, then we can find a ship like that for you as well. So, there's a lot to sort of think about, but that's kind of what I do. So by all means, get in touch with me. I would recommend go on a shorter one. This is your first one if you want to, unless you want to just go all in and go on the 2 weeks. But yeah, if you want to go on a little short one, there's a lot of cruise lines do that. That's the best thing you can do, because I could talk to you about it for weeks and weeks, or days and days, hours and hours. But there's nothing that compares to actually going on a ship, as I'm sure the captain will testify as well. I spoke to you about going on board, and then you went and thought, oh, actually.
Exactly. Well, also, I went on, during the conference, I went on 3 cruise ships in 3 days. Actually, no, 3 cruise. Yeah, 3 cruise ships in 3 days.
Yes.
And got quite a different experience going on 3 ships. Because they were back to back to back, you really could make comparisons. And I don't think you can quite understand what the ship is like by reading the brochure. No. It doesn't really convey. But if someone's been on the ships, like Paul has, for instance, and he can then talk to you and know really what you're after, which you probably don't know what you're after, but he knows the questions to ask what you're after, and then he can at least
to get an idea.
Yeah.
And that's the good thing with going on a short one. I can sort of steer you towards going on a little sort of 2 or 3, maybe 4 day, 4 night. And if there's things about that you weren't as keen on, we can always look at that if you want to go on another one, which I'm pretty sure you will want to go on another one afterwards. But yeah, if you thought perhaps it was a bit too grown up, you'd have liked a bit more entertainment in the evening or something like that, then we can adjust it for the next time, and I can suggest something different. So there's a lot to think about, but I can help you with that, because that's kind of what I do.
Excellent. The question from shipmate Daniel Elliott asks, is it true that on Cunard, depending on your grade of cabin, you're only allowed certain decks?
Cunard do still have elements of a class system on board, which they call the grills, like the Queen's grills and the Britannia grills. So depending on the grade of cabin that you book, it's more a case of restaurants, which restaurants you're allowed to dine in. And there are a couple of little exclusive areas. But generally speaking, the whole ship is accessible to you. Nearly all of it, like the theatre and things like that, they don't do that. But it's generally to do with the dining. So yeah, the better the cabin that you book, the more expensive it is, the better the dining and exclusivity of the dining is as well. So yeah, it's the only cruise line that generally does still operate that, but it's because the clientele that go on Cunard enjoy it. So that's why they still do it.
There you go. So that sort of answers the question. That's so if you wanted a bit of elitism and you fancied
Yeah, absolutely.
better dining, so even if you wanted to pay, you can't necessarily get into the grills. Then is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. The only way to do that really is to book the grills type of cabin. You know, it's the Britannia grills, the Queen's grills. Something I can't remember off the top of my head now. I should. But yeah, it's they do still operate like that. It's not quite like first class and second class because you can still go around the ship as you want to. Like I say, there'll be something like a bar perhaps that you can't go into, or something. You know, they're just sort of more exclusively reserved for people in that kind of in those grades of cabins.
Yeah, I think don't Celebrity offer a similar sort of thing as well, don't they?
Yeah, quite a few of the companies now are putting in sort of ship within a ship ideas. Yes. MSC call it the Yacht Club.
That's it. Yeah.
Which you have an exclusive area and a certain amount of cabins within the Yacht Club. So, and no, you can't go into that area at all. They'll have exclusive sort of sunbathing type area, and again, they've got a little restaurant in there. But again, you pay a premium for it, but by all accounts, it is worth it. You get a butler and all sorts that will come and unpack your suitcase for you and pack it again afterwards. What's the other ones called? There's the Sanctuary. Quite often they're the suites kind of areas on the ship, or that kind of end of the not the bargain basement cabins, shall we say?
Yeah,
the higher end, the more premium cabins. But it seems to work because this is again the thing with building the big ships, is you're still going to get people that want to go and have the exclusivity, and they seem to have got that they've done it quite well, where they just have this separate area, so you get all the benefits of a small ship, but you are on a big ship as well, and you've got all the other facilities too. So somebody I know upgraded once to the Yacht Club, and they've done it ever since. They said the premium was 100% worth it. Again, you get the full drinks package, you get all the Wi-Fi, it's all that kind of thing included, which is sort of relates to what I was saying earlier.
Shipmate Andy Carter's asking what ships are departing today. Well, we've had Sky Princess, she departed at 4. Iona, just on the screen then, she's departed just past 6. Celebrity Silhouette is delayed due to depart, and then Mein Chief 3 and MSC Virtuoso at 8 o'clock. So sometimes worth paying for the upgrades then.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Sometimes you'll pay just for the sake of paying the extra, just for the exclusivity of things. But quite often, if you have a look into it first, it's quite often the added value that you get with it as well. So yes, you might pay a premium, but quite often that can balance itself out with what you get in return that you potentially would have bought anyway. So, like I said before, with the drinks package and the Wi-Fi and certain things like that. So, can well be worth it, I'd say.
Excellent. Another question from shipmate Ham Shackleton. How strict are these cruisers regarding dress code, especially in the evenings?
It's a fantastic name, isn't it, Ham Shackleton? It depends which cruise line you're on again. Some of them, I mean, if you turn up in a string dress and a hanky hat, they'll likely turn you away from some of the restaurants. But generally speaking, they're not as formal as you'd expect. As long as you are smart, sometimes they'll say no shorts, but other times it'll be tailored shorts or something like that in a restaurant. But generally, you know, shirts with short sleeves or polo shirt kind of thing for the gents, and then a dress for the ladies. As long as you're respectably dressed and you don't turn up to dinner with it all hanging out, then they're generally, you know, quite good. Daytime, especially, is as you would be at home, really, unless perhaps you're a naturist. But it's generally, it's pretty relaxed. You know, 'cause at the end of the day, you're on holiday, and even on the sort of ultra luxury cruise ships, going around in shorts and a t-shirt is expected because potentially where you're going is going to be warm, and you know you're not expected to wear shirt and tie. But a lot of lines still have formal nights. which you can choose to dress up in your tux and cocktail dresses and things like that. But if you want to avoid it, you can. You can just go to a buffet and dip out. I've done it before where I've taken the James Bond outfit and worn that, and other times I've thought I just can't be bothered tonight. It's too warm. So we've gone watched some entertainment, gone to the buffet for dinner, and then slunk off back to the cabin. So yeah, it's your holiday. You paid a lot of money for it, so you can do as you want, pretty much.
Yeah.
So just turning up with a vest on to go into the main dining room on a formal night might be politely declined.
Yeah, and that would make sense, wouldn't it? Really. When I went on Ireland, I'd certainly say most people seem to follow the guidelines. Some were really smart, and some were just smart. So, yeah, made an occasion. But I think because it was I'm not sure which night it was. It was the formal night. I think that's when we were at sea, actually. Isn't it? That was
quite often is.
Yeah,
because people have got more time during the day to get ready. And
yes.
Things like that, so.
Yes. That's right.
Yeah. Book all their hair appointments. Again, the formal nights, if you know you've got a formal night and you want to book into the salon or something and have your shampoo and set or whatever you have done, blue rinse or something, then that's something you need to book as soon as you get on, really, because everyone wants their hair done and things for formal night. So unless you're going to do it yourself, obviously. But yeah, that kind of thing is something, again, that you wouldn't necessarily think of. And you think, oh, tomorrow's formal night, let's try and get a reservation. Oh, I can't. So
yes, I would certainly say that's what caught me out a lot when we were on the ship. We got caught out quite a few times by thinking, oh, well, let's book that up. And even though it was the next day, it was all booked up. I think people had booked a lot of the things up before they even got on the ship. I'm not sure if that's possible, but that's what it felt like to me.
Yeah, it is. You can book some things in advance, but again, similarly, whilst I'm rushing off to the buffet, because obviously I'm not going to eat again for the next few days much, other people are going off to the spa to book things or to the salons or whatever they need to do. So yeah, that's the thing of going on a little short one. If you go on first time, there's certain things like that you can figure out before you then go on your main cruise, because then you've got the head start on everyone else that's going on a big cruise for the first time. So.
There we go, yeah. Shipmate Gwen Vickers says that she agrees about the dress code. Her husband was allowed to wear a polo shirt, but it was a smart one. Yeah, there we go. That's
yeah. I'd say on normal nights I'd wear sort of trousers and a polo shirt. Other nights, just pay perhaps sort of smarter shorts or something, and depending on where you are in the world. But I've worn smart jeans before now and shoes, or again, if you just want to go to the buffet, I've seen people shorts, t-shirts, flip-flops in the buffet and not having to worry. So
I'm normally too focused on the buffet to have too much of a look around.
Quite right. Yeah.
Got to balance those 2 trays and the 4 plates.
Yes. Ellie Merley actually said about she likes a formal night, but she wants to go. Sorry, she doesn't really prefer the formality of Cunard, but she'd like to go on the QM2 at least once. I went on QM2 knowing I wasn't necessarily the target market for Cunard, and we were sort of smart casual-ish, and you can, again, it's not elitist as such. The people that want to dress up and make a real effort and have the sort of top-notch cabins and things are in their own area. So you can dress up and you can get away with not dressing up. Again, one formal night, we just decided, let's go to the buffet and then go to the theatre and watch a show, and that was that. We didn't feel out of place, and we didn't feel that everyone was looking because we weren't in our finery. But so it's still an option for you if you want to. You don't feel that you have to dress up.
Yeah. There we go. I think we've covered that subject. Tricky, isn't it? Tricky to get the balance right, like you say. People are on holiday. But equally, once on a cruise, it's not too much effort to at least look a little bit tidy.
It's quite nice. It's quite enjoyable to make an effort sometimes, because often you don't have an occasion to do so.
Yeah.
So, it can be quite nice to do it.
Good. Right. Well, I think I'm going to check on the map. What's going on the map? Is there any movement from Celebrity? Nothing from Celebrity Silhouettes. Nothing from MSC Virtuosa. Nothing from Mine Chief 3. Oh no, Mine Chief 3's disappeared. Oh, must have sunk. Let me quick check. No, it's on the cruise cam. Just AIS is turned off. I'm going to head to the galley now, because it's my scheduled galley time. I think probably you're going to head to the galley as well, you Paul?
Me too, yeah, absolutely.
All right, we shall probably return. I'll keep an eye on it, but we will be returning at 8 o'clock to carry on following Munchie 3 and MSC Virtuosa. But if Celebrity Silhouette moves in between, I will jump back on the helm and drive this ship down the water. Well, nope, not that one. I'm pressing the wrong buttons again. Oh, not that way either. No, it's all gone wrong. There we go. Well, it's good to have you on board, Paul.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
And if, like I say, if you do have any cruise questions, especially from the Port of Southampton, and it's your first time, and you don't quite know what to choose, Paul's the man for you. There's a link in the description. To go to he's got his website, lovecruise.co.uk/Solent Ships. Well, I shall keep following Iona, and we shall come back later. And thanks for joining us, Paul.
Okay, no problem.
Maybe we'll.
Thanks for all the questions, folks.
Maybe we'll see you next weekend if there's another 5 ships next weekend.
Yes, absolutely.
Excellent. All right, I'll speak to you later, shipmate.
Speak later.
you to tell me this?
Not that someone's going to mitigate the change from your department, because it's just guaranteed.
Yeah, I was like, absolutely fine. I'm having to...
Ahoy, shipmates! Hope you've had a lovely 45 minutes or hour or so down at the galley or buffet. Mine Sheaf 3. Celebrity Silhouette is on the move. I can be on the screens any second now. I suspect she's on Netley Cam if I get the camera in the right place. It's delayed from a 4 o'clock departure. Up there she is. Look at that timing. Almost impeccable there. Delayed from a departure time of 4 o'clock due to a medical emergency. I have to sneeze a second. Oh, excuse me, that was a big sneeze. Oh, look at that. Some lovely colours on Netley Cam. Some lovely reflections going on there off the water. As Celebrity Silhouette draws past Mine Sheaf 3 at the dockhead. It does feel like there's going to be thunder. Quite humid. You sort of feel it in the air. That's a good shot, that is, isn't it? Very impressive. Oh, that's better. All at sea here, she may seem to have lost my buttons. Oh, hang on a sec. I think it's sea. As I read the forecast, very high pollen today. It's definitely... Oh, well, I can see some wavers. Let's get them on, shall we? It's definitely making me sneeze much better when I'm at water. Oh, there we go. Oh, I can see some shipmates in their bathrobes, also waving. Oh, there's quite a few wavers. I have a feeling they're waving to Mine Sheaf 3 passengers. Celebrity Silhouette delayed due to a medical emergency. More wavers up at the top there. I don't think they're waving to the channel in particular. They're waving to Mine Sheaf 3. It's a good view on Netley Cam, so lovely reflection on the water. Really sort of Caribbean orange sunset. I think it's a little bit cloudy and hazy, so I'm unsure as to whether this will be an excellent sunset or no sunset at all. I have a feeling it might be quite good. Cloud and atmosphere tends to bring out lots of colours. I wonder what it's like on Itching Cam. What have we got there? Yeah, there's quite a lot of cloud. Quite a lot of cloud, so probably not then. Fortunately, I don't have the radio working at the moment, so I can't give you passenger numbers. And there we go. We can see Celebrity Silhouette passing by Mine Sheaf 3. going to move itching cam round. Should be able to get a good view of the port side. Celebrity silhouette. Yeah, there we go. Zoom in while you're not looking here. I'm going to zoom in the back of Mine Sheath 3 and get a good view of the lines on the stern of the ship, which gives a good indication of when she's about to depart. And in fact, I can see the lines as we speak becoming slack, meaning that it looks like Mine Sheath 3 is definitely due for an 8 o'clock departure. Very prompt and German-like. There we go, you can see the lines going in. It'll just be singled up, so just have a couple of lines, one end, a couple of lines at the bow, maybe one, a couple of middle, instead of the half a dozen or more they have to keep them safely secured to the quayside. Oh, I see no ships. What's going on there? There we go. Let's correct that, shall we? Once Mine Sheath 3 is going, we've also have MSC Virtuosa departing. She'll probably be a bit longer because she's further up the ports and facing the wrong way. So have to reverse down, I imagine, into the middle swing ground, go for a little spinny, come back. Oi there, Sean Loveland says first time watching and loving it. Well, welcome aboard, shipmate. Glad you're enjoying it. Julian Cole says up a bit by the funnels. Oh, someone was on board waving, were they? Oh, sorry, I missed that. I'm a bit short screened here. I don't have enough. I can't have the chat open and control cameras. Bit of an issue. I'm hoping to address that issue shortly, though. Just check on the lines there. Looking good. Just the one left. We'll zoom in on that later. I actually wonder what she's talking about. So, who's up in the back from the galley itself? Oh, Rab Nesbit would have bought me a flag and a veil. Good job, shipmate. Would have liked that. I see someone up a bit by the funnels. Oh, I think I may have missed that. I do apologise, shipmate. It's not always the easiest to be in the right place at the right time and have the chat open. I could do with like a sort of a shipmate helping me out in the cabin here, really. It's quite warm in the cabin today. Celebrity Silhouette, she's departing, and I've just noticed that looks like the last line on the stern of Mine Sheath has been taken in. Looks like she'll be departing any time now. In fact, can I see movement? Difficult to tell. See quite a few people on their balconies. Have a look down the port side of the ship. That should give us a clue if we can see movement. Oh, I can see quite a few people on their balconies. You can see the wing bridge there, top left-hand corner. with the crew. There you go. You can see her just drifting out ever so slightly. There we go. Look at that. Amazing, isn't it? That's the crew on the wing bridge. The officers directing events. If I zoom up, you'll get a... There we go. Does that help? Yeah, look. There you go. You can see the officers up there on the bridge watching what's going on. Plenty of shipmates on their balconies with their phones out. They should be waving. Come on, shipmates, wave. From a dead stop to moving quite quickly sideways at quite amazing the speed the ships pick up quite quickly. All those little heads poking out over those railings. Quick look on the map and see what's happening to MSC Virtuoso. Oh, MSC Virtuoso is also on the move. So let's have a quick look at the map. See, she's just moved away from the dock side, further up the port. She'll be on screen, I would think, in about 25 minutes or so. It is very humid here in the cabin. I noticed it when we were out on the water this afternoon fixing Captain Marty's tender. Going past the Netley Cliff Sailing Club here, they've got quite a few boats back out. The season's in full swing. During the winter they'll take all those little yachts in. During the summer they'll definitely be using them. And Mindshift 3, now there you go, see the propellers have started. Forward motion is engaged. Probably tell you where she's going. That's what I should do, shouldn't I? Let's let me go in and... So the Celebrity Silhouette, she's off on a 7-night Spain-Portuguese cruise via Lisbon, Porto and La Coruna. MSC Virtuosa, we haven't seen yet. She's at the end of the port. But Mindshift 3 departs for a 2-night cruise, returning to Bremerhaven in Germany. Camera around so we get a view on. Oops, that's too far. Come on. Engine cam's a little bit laggy. The interconnect connection's not the fastest. It does make things quite awkward. There we go. Now we've got a view of Mindshift 3 passing the dockhead. There we go. Right, I have things working. Engine cam, we'll see Mindshift 3 just passing the dockhead. There we go. Name emblazoned on the bow. Mindshift 3. Mindshift Y? Is it ein, Dwy? Ein, Fein, Dwy? I'm not sure. German is not my strong point. Plenty of shipmates on the top deck. They were being waved to earlier by MSC, by Celebrity Silhouette when she passed out. Oh, with their shipmate Land Rover 965, someone passed away. He said, oh, that's sorry to hear that. That's not a good start to a cruise. What's the red light? What's the red light flashing on the top deck? It should be a navigation light, I would think. Not sure which ship you are talking about. Probably one of these. Yeah, probably a navigation light, so it shouldn't be flashing, ideally. Shipmate Robert Fleming asks, is there any way we can know passenger numbers? Yes, normally, shipmates, I have access to VTS radio and they pass across the ship numbers, but unfortunately, a technical issue that's not working at the moment, but I hope to address that shortly. Shipmate Land Rover 965 is currently sat in the Tuscan Grill, the stern, the silhouette. Very nice. Pleasant sail out. In the distance there, you can see the Hythe Pier with the Hythe Ferry. I think it's stopped now. They don't run particularly late. There might be one or two more crossings. But you've always got to be careful if you are going from Southampton to Hythe and for a bit of a night out, so you don't get stuck in Hythe. Having a quick look at the map while you're watching Mine Chief 3. MSC Virtuosa is reversing down to the middle swing ground. Hasn't started her swing yet. It'll be on the screen in about 10-15 minutes, I would reckon. Something like that. Silhouette now is probably getting quite close to the refinery end of Southampton Water. Yeah, it's just passing a red funnel ferry. And look, there's a couple there on the beach watching the traffic go by. And a lovely evening for it as well. Current temperature in port is still almost 21 degrees. So normally we have the humidity reading on that as well, and I would say the humidity is quite high today. It does feel a bit stuffy here in my cabin. I'll check in on the chat. Shipmate Andy Carter says, where's he heading to? Okay, I can give you that information. Let's have a look. Celebrity Silhouette off for a 7-night departure to Spain and Portugal via Vigo, Lisbon, Porto and La Coruna. And the Mein Schiff 3s off for a 2-night cruise to Bremerhaven in Germany. MSC Virtuosa, who we haven't seen yet, departs for a 7-night European cruise via La Rochelle, Bilbao, La Coruña and Cherbourg. See the shipmates there enjoying the view from Netley Beach. Keeping an eye out for MSC Virtuosa. She's a little bit away still. Shipmate Clive Penning says 5 cruise ships again next Saturday. That is true, shipmate. We are definitely in the midst of cruise ship season at the moment, aren't we? Could have a little look, couldn't I, and tell you what they are. In fact, why don't I do that? So next Saturday we have Azamara Pursuits, Celebrity Silhouettes, Iona, MS Virtuosa, and Ventura. Then on Sunday we have 4 cruise ships: Avia, Norwegian Prima, Queen Victoria, and Regal Princess. That's 9 cruise ships over the weekend. I know the busiest weekends in the year we get 10. So we've got to be ramping up towards that really busy weekend. I'm not sure when that is. I'm guessing it's probably coming shortly. 5 cruise ships on the 1st of July as well. Yeah, quite a lot of cruise ships coming up. I can't see when that day is when we have 10 of them. It's a weekend with 10 cruise ships. We have lots of traffic warnings on the radio and television, basically telling people to steer clear of the port because it can turn into a bit of a traffic gridlock. And there's that red funnel ferry. Good views obtained from the red funnel ferries if you happen to be coordinating your travel to the Isle of Wight and back to the mainland, or vice versa. Get your timings correct at the weekends and you may well see 2 or 3 cruise ships. Quick look on the map, shall we? See where Virtuosa is. She's turned around. She's turned around completely. Heading out past Mayflower Park. That river's been there for quite some time. I think there were quite a number of people swimming off it earlier. Did stick my toe in the water in the Solent earlier. I'd say it's quite mild. If I'd had the correct apparatus with me, I would have jumped in for a swim. Robert Fleming let's talk about how busy the cruise ships are. It seems like most are at least full, 90% full. I would say you're probably right, if not fuller. The information we have had recently is that all of the ships seem to go out full at capacity, or not actually at total capacity, but certainly all cabins booked. The reason being not total capacity because some cabins will sleep 4 people, and often there's just 2 in there, and of course some people will be solo travellers. Instead of 2 people in a cabin, there's just the 1. But generally, from what I hear, business is very good this year, especially after all those lockdown years. And then even the last year wasn't particularly brilliant. So this year, I think people feel a lot safer about travelling. Shipmate Tina Eastthorpe says she's curious to know why the ships are not blowing their horns. They may well be, shipmates. It's not always easy to hear them. I know Iona's horn is actually very quiet, so don't always pick up Iona's horn. And the other ships will tend to blow their horns when they're actually moving away from the dock. So 3 of them have been at the other end of port. So we can't particularly hear that, especially if the wind's blowing in the wrong direction. And sometimes I just don't know. Sometimes there's lots of horn blowing, other times there's not very much. I've yet to find out why. Shipmate Henry V says 3 weeks ago on board Iona, 5,700 aboard. That is definitely max. That's definitely maximum capacity. Well, not maximum capacity, but that's definitely full occupancy in regards to cabin. So there we go. That's a fresh reporting there. Have a quick look at the map again. MSC Virtuosa. Oh, should be on screen. What am I going to do here? I'm going to use itching cam to follow Mine Chief 3 because I can't see the ship as quickly as I can with Netley cam. So let's follow Mine Chief 3 with itching cam. You can watch itching cam. And then I'm going to go over to Netley cam. Have a view of the dockhead, so we'll see when the MSC Virtuosa starts sneaking up. In fact, that's just about on screen now. There is, if I go back to Netley, there is MSC Virtuosa on the right hand side of the screen, and you just see those sunset colours there, a little bit of hue of pink there, a little tinge in the sky. The bright colour of earlier is gone, but like I said, I did wonder if this, this haziness and lack of visibility in the sky might draw out the colours of the sun and give us a really lovely sunset. Bay Blues giving us a reminder that the MSC Virtuosa departs for a 7-night Northern European cruise via La Rochelle, Bilbao, La Coruna and Cherbourg. I need to plug my phone in. It's starting to go flat. Use my phone to control itching and Netley cams. I have enough screens to control all the cameras. Oh, it's not working. No. The cable's not working. Oh dear. It's a problem. Never mind. I have another cable. Let's try that one. There we go. MSC Virtuosa, also a relatively modern ship, being launched in November 2019. She has a double occupancy capacity of 4,800 and a maximum capacity of 6,334. That's what I was saying earlier about how, depending on how many shipmates are staying in the cabins, can greatly affect the number on board. Now, I don't know what the numbers are for MSC Virtuosa because we didn't have the radio, unfortunately. But I would hazard a guess somewhere in the region of 5,500 would be my guess. 331 meters long, top speed of 22.3 knots, and a beam of 43 meters, 181,000 gross tons. So very similar indeed to Iona. There we go. There's the MSC Virtuosa passing the Red Funnel Ferry. I'll zoom in, see if we can see any shipmates waving. Unfortunately, though, by this time, I suspect they've had their routine completely upset, and they've probably all gone down to the buffet. There's a couple on their balconies, or maybe they've been to the buffet. They've come back up again for a bit of fresh air. What a bright screen up there, isn't there? Let's have a look at that, shall we? What that's showing. It looks like some sort of psychedelic imagery. Should be showing Ships TV, shouldn't it? That would be great. There we go. Oh, that's very psychedelic. Sometimes we get people, shipmates, up on the top here, near the funnel area or on the top deck. It's a good spot for waving. Have a look. See anyone waving? It looks like some log. Looks like a flume ride for a swimming pool up on the top. Full of exciting onboard activities, MSC Virtuosa. And then we have the bar at the rear. The crazy disco lights are flashing. Yep, I can see a lot of happy shipmates with their rum-based cocktails in hand. Probably enjoying a relatively colourful sunset in the port of Southampton. Not as colourful as it could be, but equally not raining. It's quite humid, so even though it's not particularly warm, they probably feel pleasantly comfortable out there. Let's see if we can. What can we see on itching cam? No, itching cam's pointing completely the wrong way now. There we go. Let's point in the right direction. Mine Chief 3 is way in the distance now. There we go. Just getting on to screen. Oh, looks a little sailboat there. Quite a difference in scale. MSC Virtuosa just passing the dock head now, so she'll be starting to accelerate, picking up some speed. Probably going to head about 12-14 knots, heading down Southampton water towards Cowshot Spit at the end. Well, it's a slightly peculiar broadcast there, shipmate, but 5 shipmates, and eventually they've all left. Slight delay for medical emergency on MSC Virtuosa, but she is leaving. See a little bit of colour there in the sky on Netlycam. Can't look at Netlycam. I'll continue to follow the ships down here. We'll have 5 ships again next Saturday. We've got Queen Mary 2 on Friday. I'm not sure when I'll be broadcasting yet. I shall let you know. Do subscribe, then hit that notification bell. Then every time I go live, you'll find out. Well, I hope you've enjoyed that broadcast, shipmates. And I'll keep following MSC Virtuosa until she gets to the end of Southampton water. I'd like to thank all of the spanners for being there in the chat and being full of the information I just seem to miss all the time, and answering questions, not just in the live broadcast and the Ships TV, but also in our live streams as well. Thank you to all the subscribers and also the Patreon and PayPal donors. Till next time, shipmates.